Hush, hush, child, won't die. Hush, hush, child, the devil won't get you.
This is my state, this is my team. You know what that means. This is for the black and blue that I bleed. This is for the chance to bring home that ring. But everybody gonna doubt this. So far there ain't been another way around it. We bring heat to the game each week. They just say we ain't got what it takes, we ain't bout it. Well, y'all can just keep saying that we ain't gonna make it, but at the end of the day, this will be the Panthers nation. You know, this ain't a game to us major players at every angle that you can think of. That's why you hate us. Get out the way of greatness. You can look at our faces and see the blood, sweat, and tears that it took to create this. Yeah, I know what you're thinking, but you can save it. Cause even on the darkest of days, you know we're always gonna find a way to tell them what we gonna do, we gotta.
Let me start by telling you Charles Cross may be the best pass blocking left tackle.
What's up, y'all? What's up? We are live, and it is a wonderful, wonderful day today on this Tuesday night. So we're gonna get this thing rolling here soon. We got a lot to talk about, starting with the Saints trade and the NFL draft this year. Before we get started, hit that like button, hit that sub button, hit that bell, select all, leave a comment down below. If you don't want to miss any new streams, hit that bell, folks. Because we're going to be doing some film studies all the way up through the draft. And you don't want to miss draft weekend. Because I'll be streaming all 3 days of the draft. I'll be posting that schedule on the Keep Pounding Facebook group page. That's Keep Pounding in all caps. Check that page for schedule releases, posts, in-game polls, opinions, and reactions to NFL news. So go over there, join that, be a member, and you'll get all the info that I've been posting that I don't make videos for. Alright, let's get this thing moving and grooving, shall we? First topic of discussion, this Saints trade. And keep in mind, as many of you know, if you've been watching my streams for the past year, you already know the Eagles were my suggested trade partner. Now, here's where things get a bit bumpy. And I'm going to show... I'm going to show what happened with this trade. Because I think people really need to understand how big this is. And we'll be running a little simulation through the PFF mock draft, which actually allows you to trade one player. That's the one everybody's been using now that I've noticed. So the trade went a little something like this. The Eagles traded their 16, 19, and 194 to the Saints for picks numbers 18, 101, and 237. Now, and it shows you in context which rounds these are. So I'm glad they did that. So it's a 16 and a 19 first rounds, obviously. 194 is a 6th round. 237 is a 7th round. And the 101 is a 3rd round. So, this is a bit of a wild trade here. And what this suggests to me is that the Eagles have their eye on somebody. Otherwise, they wouldn't have made this trade. Now, who they have their eye on, that's the question. I'm looking down that list and I don't know for sure. Because they could be looking for an offensive lineman, they could be looking for a quarterback just like us, or they could be looking for something else entirely. And here's something I've noticed in every mock draft. At number 15 or number 16, the Eagles have selected the Clemson corner, Andrew Booth Jr. Now, I don't know how realistic that's going to be on draft day, whether that's going to be pretty much an automatic lock there. But they're looking for a corner. That's pretty much the gist of what I'm seeing. Now, the other pick, that's the question mark in the first round. Which one are they going for? And this is another reason why I wanted to move down with the Eagles, is because if they're looking for a defensive end at number 6, they have that shot to do that, with the trade with us. They could go for a defensive tackle, or a wide receiver. They have a few different options up there, not just left tackle or quarterback. So if they're not happy with Gardner Minshew or the 3rd string quarterback, that could be an option for them. Knowing that there's really 3 offensive tackles that could really garner the number 6 pick up there, it could benefit it could benefit the Eagles heavily there. That's why I wanted us to move down a little bit. If we can't get Evan Neal, if we can't get Malik Willis, then moving down is probably the best option. Now, I'm going to run 2 different mock drafts on PFF Mock Draft. One of them on this stream. I may run both on this stream just to show you guys. But there's a lot to talk about there, because I've been running these mocks all week this week, through the weekend, and it gets real interesting. I don't know how many of you guys saw the Facebook post that I put up, but if we go for Evan Neal, we miss out on all of these prospects, folks, that are on this list. And for the people who are on Facebook that have already seen this, you already know what names I'm about to list if you've seen the post. If you haven't, I'll list them out and see it right now. So, these are the list of possible players that we could have a shot at, if we decide to trade down. Now, just because the 16 is gone to the Saints doesn't mean the Eagles would not be willing to move the 15 and move up, to number 6. But it would take it would probably take a player in this trade to do that, I would think. And a possible 5th round, 6th round next year, I'm open to negotiations on that, but That's not going to kill us too much. But if we decide that we want to do that, then it's going to cost us, a major chance at a lot of these players. One second, y'all. All right. Here's the. I'm gonna bring David in just a second. I'm trying to invite him to the stream here. Shout out to Junior and Pamela. I didn't give you guys shout outs, so there you go. So here's the list of players that we would be missing out on if we did not trade down to 15. It's all good, man. It's all good, David. So we're looking at Travon Walker, the defensive end from Alabama, Devontae Wyatt, Alabama defensive tackle, Nakobe Dean, Georgia linebacker, Brian from Oklahoma, the linebacker, Christian Harris, who I deem to be the best linebacker in the draft right now, is on that list. Jemery Sawyer, offensive tackle, Alabama, Nicholas Piet-Fair, Ohio State offensive tackle, Ed Ingram, the guard from Oregon, Mathis from Alabama, the defensive tackle, Marquise Hayes, Alabama guard, Tyreek Smith, Ohio State defensive end, and Justin Schaefer, Georgia offensive guard. And that's going all the way down to round 4. That's a big list of players, folks, that we could choose from if we trade down. Now, granted, we could probably only get 1 or 2 of these guys, but if we trade correctly. However, that's a big list. Is Malik Willis worth all of that? Is Evan Neal worth all of that? At the number 6 pick. And that's what the management is trying to decide right now. And that's if we can get that trade with the Eagles or maybe the Texans. David suggested the Texans. The Texans have like 11 or 12 picks, I remember you saying. So this is really, really interesting. We're mainly looking at defensive end, defensive tackle, linebacker, offensive tackle, and offensive guard at the moment for the first 4 rounds. And that's just based off of what Scott has said already at press conferences. This is what we might be looking for. But yeah, that's a significant list. I think Mathis is probably the best defensive tackle on that list. As far as the defense in position, I would argue Travon Walker would probably be the best one. But we'll find out today since we're doing film study on defensive ends. So, but we'll get to that. Now, I want to get to this comment before it goes away. Whatever we do in the draft, hope they do what's best for the organization, for our fans, and for our future. Exactly. That's the goal, man. That's always been the goal. From day one, and that's the goal of the channel, is to offer up as many options and opportunities on the table that maybe the management hasn't been looking at. We were looking at Brady Christensen, Deontay Brown a lot last year on the mock drafts. They picked them both up. So, hopefully, we can find somebody on this list that will catch Scott Fitter's attention, or maybe one of his scouts' attention, and maybe that'll be an extra option on the board for the guys up there in Charlotte. So, we can hope, right? That's the goal of these streams. So, these film studies, these mock drafts, I'm happy to do them, and hopefully we find a gem or a few gems. So this trade with the Eagles and the Saints completely screwed up any type of trade option that I was trying to create on any mock draft, because my goal was to get that number 16 pick, and then the 51 in the second round for our number 6, and maybe a player, Ian Thomas, for example, would balance that trade out for the 51. What makes it more challenging now is that when you go into the PFF mock drafts, and I'll show you, we want the PFF mock draft simulator. This is the one that allows you to now trade a player. And the one I was running was this one, the PFN. The PFN does not allow you to trade players. However, you get a lot more freedom and a lot more fairness with the trade offers than you do with the PFF. Plus, the PFF is a totally different system, ranking system, than the other one. But, I just want to quickly kind of show you, without doing much here. These are the settings right here. And you're looking at the public versus the PFF board. Now, I'm not sure what the public board looks like versus, versus what we have on here, the PFF board. We know what the PFF board looks like. You can just look that up. We'll see that in a second. Care for positional value. Now, that one, I don't know. Because there's about 5 or 6 teams that just don't care about positional value, and they just pick randomly whatever's on the board, and it screws everybody up that's trying to pick for needs, down here. And that's why the default is set for that high of draft for needs, Plus, there's a little bit of randomness to it, too. There was a lot of randomness last year. I just wanted to mention that. We'll get to that Panther signing in just a minute of who we signed, but I want to show y'all this first, because this is important. Now, this is assuming we're going to run a couple of these blocks, but we're not going to go any further than the first round, and to show you what type of offers we're trying to make, trade-wise, trading down, and whether they're realistic or not. You can see with the bar here, trade acceptance bar here, whether that is possible or not. So there's going to be a couple of mocks where you have Evan Neal taken at number 6 or Malik Willis on the board at number 6. And those are not the ones we're looking for. We're looking for the ones where both of them are taken in the top 5, which Malik will most likely be on the board. There's a 75% chance of that, according to the PFF boards. However, Evan Neal, there's probably a 25% chance he falls to us. Either way, it's not going to be good because of all the options that we have on that list that we could choose from if we were able to successfully trade down. It screws us up royally in the first 3 rounds. And that's where all that talent is going to be in the first 3 rounds. I've only measured this list through the first 3 rounds, folks. This is only the first 3 rounds. The rest of it, you know what I mean? We're really getting into shallow ground as far as what is still available on the board. But these are the best available in my opinion. And notice that, yes, these are players, but they're the best available, in those positions. I'm not being biased. I'm just saying these are the best school reputation players at those positions. So that being said, let's see if we can get... Okay, perfect. This is what I was looking for. We got Evan Neal taken at 5th spot by the Giants. Alright, so now here's what we're going to do. We do have Malik on the board, but I just want to show y'all quickly. This is what we could be looking at. And notice the team's interested list does not feature the Eagles anymore. We got the Seahawks. We got the Vikings, Texans at pick 13. Texans is probably the next best chance to pick up what we want. If we trade down and go for Sam Howell, we can still get an offensive lineman, right? We can get both needs. Now, I know y'all aren't going to be thrilled with Sam Howell, but we can go back and go for a quarterback next year if y'all aren't happy with Sam Howell. We're not doing anything in 22, so it's highly possible we could just jump right back in and go for another quarterback that'll be an instant starter once we get rid of Sam Darnold at the end of his contract. Again, if that's what the management decides to do. The fans want it. I can guarantee you that. They're not happy with Sam Darnold. They're trying to hype up Sam Darnold like he's going to break that glass ceiling and do more. I don't see it. You're going to have to convince me. I'm going to need to see it in preseason. I'm going to need to see it in training camp before I'm a believer in that. So, David Kesha says, I was eating wings when I saw the news. I was upset and I knew Corey was livid. It does suck though. Yeah. That Saints and Eagles trade, man. Livid when I got that notification about that trade. That was not good. I think our line is pretty good with those free agents who we picked up are not duds. I do believe in Brady and Deontay. Yeah. I do too. I want to see Deontay get more playing time. And that's the thing, man. We always saw him out there during that Tampa game. We need to make sure that this dude is solid. David says the only glass breaking is Stone Cold. I see somebody's been watching WrestleMania. There you go, man. Show that love. I grew up with Stone Cold, Steve Austin, and all them during that age of wrestling. WWF when it turned into WWE and all that, so. But, those guys are really great people, man. So, shout out to them. But, back on a football related note. Now, the Texans at pick 13 is an intriguing one to me. If we can make this happen, then with their 11 or 12 picks, didn't you say 11 or was it 12 picks, man? Because I don't remember. I'm trying to remember. But it's a significant amount. And the Texans need players. This is why this intrigues me as much as it does. We could help set them up with maybe a defensive tackle and pick up Mathis, with a trade down. That could be good. There's also, if you look at the list here, we could possibly move a defensive end and maybe go for Travon Walker. There's opportunities here. There's absolutely opportunities. And if you're really smart about them and you find somebody that fits us, you got Tyreek Smith down here at Ohio State, defensive end. Or you could pick up Sam Howell in that first round and go for Christian Harris if he's still there. There's not a guarantee Christian Harris is still going to be there. But, it's an option. You know what I mean? Let me see where he is on the PFF grades here. And I'll let y'all know. Yeah, see, there's Nakobe Dean up here at number 18. There's Brian at number 39. Christian Harris is 53. Okay, so think about this, man. If we are able to pick up that 52, from the Texans, that could be an interesting scenario. It's very, very dangerous because I believe that Christian Harris will probably go a little higher than 53. So we may miss our shot at him and Brian. However, you're still looking at Channing Tindall. You're still looking at Quay Walker. If you're dead set on a linebacker. And there's also Gamble down here at 263. If you want a hometown guy from North Carolina. And I would also lift up the name Damone Clark, too, from LSU. Because I watched a little bit of him, too. And I liked what I saw. It's a rough time, but we will get better. Rule is not the answer. We need to be patient. I know it sucks because we have been very patient, but once Rule is gone, I think we'll be better off. I completely agree with that. And I am 100% on board with the weight train here for one more year. What's one more year? We've been struggling for this long. What's one more year, folks? Come on. When you know that the dawn is coming, for this team. It's coming in 23. What Scott Fitter is building. You've seen it. You're looking at it right now with all the free agent signings. We just got a corner for special teams just recently. The dawn is coming. All we got to do is wait a little longer. You know what I'm saying? Like, we've got an excellent top grade GM. We got a pretty good defensive coordinator. I'm not going to complain there. Phil Snow is pretty good. Better than, your average run-of-the-mill ones out there. And I think, on paper, we ended up being ranked number 2. Whether you believe that ranking or not is another matter. But we were ranked number 2, nonetheless. And the more we add to that defense through our free agent pieces, through our drafts, to the next 2 to 3 years, the more dangerous that defense becomes and the more believable that number 2 ranking becomes. Once we get there, either in 23 or 24. So we're getting there. It just takes time. It takes a little bit of patience, and yes, it's going to be a frustrating 2022 season. I'm not going to lie to you. And I mean, if that's what we do here, we're realistic. We're truthful. I give you realistic ideas as to what we're doing. I run off official sources. So, what we do is what we do. And I know it sucks, but, if you want to be that optimistic person, that believes, oh, well, sunshine and rainbows and everything else, we're going to go 11 wins and a Super Bowl title. Come on, guys. Come back down to earth. It ain't happening in 22. I'm sorry. I know y'all want this, man. I know y'all do. I want it as badly as y'all do. Trust me. I lived through the John Fox days. I lived through the, the Gettleman days. And, God, man. I lived through the Ron Rivera days as well. I know. I share your frustration. I do. But, rushing down the gates of Boa is not going to help. The only way we're going to make a dent in this whole thing is to convince Tepper to fire Matt Rule. That's what's going to eliminate the roadblock and keep us at a steady pace and eliminate that handicap so that Scott could do his job properly. Put a head coach in there that knows what he's doing, that knows how to scout in the NFL. It's had at least 2 to 3 years experience doing so. I'm not saying hire a spring chicken, head coach, but hire somebody that really at least has some knowledge under their belt about how to do this. Because Matt Rule doesn't. Been proven. He does not. And I will say this, and I was being very, very optimistic last year. I said we were targeting 10 wins ceiling, and that's a wild card opportunity, Despite Tom Brady, despite the entire NFC South being what it was, and the entire NFL being chaos last year with COVID. And that was without Cam Newton. That's how much Scott changed this defense in 1 year. And the offensive line that he built this year were meant to be starters. The ones that Matt Rule put in place are replaceable. No offense, but they are replaceable. Matt, you and I know this, man. If you're watching this, you and I know this. Come on, man. Be truthful. Be truthful to the Panthers fans, please. We're tired of the lies. We're so sick of the lies. All we want is some honesty. I don't think that's too much to ask. We should have won more, but our offense was stagnant. Exactly. If we change and say we're going to suck, maybe we'll do better. I don't... I like to keep a realistic approach here. Matt Rule is such a clown. I could say a few other things right now, but I'm not going to. But, I've stated the obvious about 1,000 times as to reasons why he's not a good fit. So, it's up to the management and David Tepper what he decides to do. But just to give you an idea, we're going to try a trade with the Eagles on this number 15 pick. Now, keep in mind, I was going for 16. And as you can see, I've targeted exactly the same trade except with the number 15 pick. And the Eagles are not interested. Player, Ian Thomas is not on the list, oddly enough. But that's where I would probably go to CJ Henderson, which they're not interested in either. Or a defensive tackle, probably. Maybe Bravion Roy or Phil Hoskins. Neither one of them. I remember we released one of those guys, I think. I think it was Phil, if I remember right. But Bravion Roy would be the one that we would move. And here's the crazy part. Just for the Vegas odds here, let's say we threw in Sam. No. Not interested. Okay. How about DJ Moore? Just for kicks and giggles. Nope. Still not interested. CMC? Still not interested. Look at this. Okay, how about Jeremy Chan? Nope. The moral here of this story is the Eagles beat us. The Saints and Eagles both worked together and beat us. And this is yet another example of teams beating us to the punch. I've been suggesting this Eagles trade for weeks. For weeks, guys. Come on. Like, you got to be kidding me. I don't understand. It's frustrating. It's incredibly frustrating. So, not only did we cut Morgan Fox and AJ Boye, two potential package players that could be moved for a third-round pick with the Texans. Nope, those are gone. There goes our third-round opportunity. Okay, so you're thinking, okay, what about Ian Thomas and maybe a defensive tackle? Nope, that's worth a fourth. That's not going to cut it. Yo, that's not going to cut it. We need a third. And now we got this going on where we can't even trade for that number 16 anymore. And that's our best hope of moving down. That was our best chance. Now we got to go into desperation mode. Maybe the Texans, maybe the Steelers at 20, and hope that Sam Howell is still on the board. Which there's a pretty good chance Sam Howell will be on the board. But Malik Willis will be gone. All of these favorites that you like will be gone. That y'all have been talking about for the past few weeks. Or month and a half. All those guys in the top 15 that y'all have been looking at will be gone. I'm going to tell you that right now. If we move down to 20 with the Steelers. Sam Howell is the only choice left. at that point, or Matt Corral. Do y'all really want Matt Corral? I'd rather have Sam. To be blunt, honest with you, I would rather have Sam Howell. I've seen what Sam can do. Matt Corral just doesn't impress me. I've watched Matt Corral in the combine, and I'm just like, we could do better. That's a second to third round quarterback right there. That's not what you want. Now, are there starter-ready quarterbacks in this top 15 class? Yes. You just got to know where to look. Sam Howell's one of them. I think Malik Willis will be one of them as well. But, again, is Malik Willis worth all of those opportunities that we could have at really boosting this team at 3 or 4 different positions with 2 picks? I'm still suggesting that we make a big move of our own, make a big splash of our own to get picks moved around. But my thing is, like, who are the Saints targeting? Who are they looking at? I don't get it. Why make that move? Unless you have somebody very, very specific in mind. Excuse me for just one sec. I gotta plug up this laptop. For some reason I keep forgetting to do this while I'm streaming. While I'm setting up. I don't know. But yeah. All of these options will be available to us if we move down. All of them. And the moral of this team needs to be better. Not better. Excellent. Yeah, exactly. We deserve greatness. All jokes aside, I want this team to be a contender every year. I hope this is a reality soon. Facts, man. That's what we all should be aiming for. Not just 1 year. Not just one Super Bowl run and then we're done. One and done. Nobody likes that. If you like that, go to some other team. That just randomly pops out of nowhere. Just be a trender. No. Then how we do things in the NFL. Scott's got the right mindset right now. And I love it. He is building his team correctly. And he's going to be a lasting winner. With all the pieces he's moving around, all the draft picks, all the free agent signings. He's not just looking for 1 year, folks. We all see the vision here. Right? I see it. And I believe in it. I have full trust in Scott Fitterer right now. He is in full command. And it's beautiful. It's beautiful to watch. It's refreshing to see a GM approach things the way he does. And the right way. The way I've been suggesting that we do things for years. And I'm so happy to see it. But here's the thing, man. That number 6 pick just became a lot less valuable with this Eagles and Saints trade, and it's so frustrating because with that number 16 pick, that's the most valuable one for a trade down. And I'm guessing some of the Eagles management must have been listening, because they now understand why that number 16 is so valuable in a trade down opportunity. They realized what they could get out of it. And they realized that they are still in a great position with the number 15 pick to still get their corner. And at 19, they could get the player that they're looking for. Either a tackle, a guard, a defensive end, or a quarterback. Possibly Sam Howell, maybe Matt Corral. That's what we're looking at right now. And it really handicapped us in a major way. I don't know why we didn't pull the trigger, why we didn't make the move, but now we're here. You know, I was 50-50 on whether we should have done that on draft day or whether we should do it before draft day. See, I didn't expect the Saints to make a move like this. That was kind of out of the blue. And it's really upsetting when you consider the opportunities that we could have had with that 16. Now that 51 is still on the table. And that's why I say I think we should try to get the 15 and 51 still for the number 6. You know, but it's going to be tricky now. We're going to need a player. We're going to probably need a pick in 23 to move to get that now. Because, you know, it's not going to be as simple anymore. And there's also the aspect of trying to find a quarterback in free agency. You know, Jimmy Garoppolo is still out there. Kyler Murray is a very good choice as well. I tend to lean more towards Kyler Murray. But if you want a pocket quarterback, Garoppolo is your man. That all depends on what type of quarterback you like. You know, what style you like. If you're still into the Cam Newton style of quarterback, then Kyler Murray is your guy. Or the Russell Wilson type. You know, but if you're looking for a pocket passer that can escape, you know, and can extend plays, Jimmy Garoppolo is your guy. But don't expect him to be running for his life, you know, back there. Because if we didn't have the line that we just picked up, he would be injured very, very soon, quickly, within that first 4 games. It would not be a pretty sight. And that's why I'm so glad Scott made the moves he did. Those were the critical moves that set the tone for what we're trying to do. And the essential cornerstones for creating a team that can compete year after year and after year. And I'm going to keep saying this. We need to go after 2 offensive linemen every single year in every draft in the first 1 to 3 rounds. Whether we need them or not, keep reloading. Because eventually we will. And I don't want that to ever become a problem again. No matter what free agents are on the board, no matter how much money we got to spend, keep drafting. That's my suggestion. Now, Scott, you run this team right now. Tepper, you run this team right now. Take that advice and do whatever you wish with it. But I hope that you take it into consideration and you heavily go for that advice, because I would heavily suggest it. Our past history of 6 to 7 years of horrible offensive linemen should show you that that's the direction this team can take if we don't fix the line and keep it fixed. So, no more. Okay? No more. We're trying to stay healthy. We're trying to stay alive and in playoff contention. If you have a healthy line, you can continue to do that. If you don't, then it's probably a sure bet most of the time that you're going to be gone and out of the race. The Bengals, I think, were one of the few exceptions to that. But, let's be real, folks. If you don't have a line, you're not going to win any playoff games. You're just not. It's the key to starting your building process. Same with the D-line. The lines are the key. And we finally have a GM that understands this. Praise the Lord, we finally have a GM that understands this and knows how to build it. Not just with a bunch of rookie offensive linemen, over the course of like 5 years. Yeah, that's the slow building process of it. You could do it that way. The Browns took that route. But if you're looking to build within 2 to 3 years, look for these Super Bowl Pro Bowlers that drop onto the free agent market if you got the money. Spend it. And Scott did. So, full respect and appreciation to Scott Fitterer right now. Please give this man some love. It's amazing. We are finally on the right track. And I could not be happier with that. We still got a lot of work to do. That's a third of our line fixed. Now we need the other 2/3. I want second stringers and I want depth. That's the next 2 goals for this offensive line. We're not done yet. Just because you got your starting 5, we're not done yet. Look how many injuries we've had over the past 6 to 7 years. This ain't over. This ain't over, folks. Now, I will say the line that we had last year makes a good second string depth line for the most part. Toss 1 or 2 of them, and you're good, second stringers wise. Then all you just need is depth. And that's where the draft picks come in. And the way Scott is handling this draft, you've seen just 1 year of his progress. And not just in the draft, but in free agency as well, in cap room. And he's a GM that learns. It's the restructures of the contracts made everything possible. He learned from last year. You didn't just sit on that information, you learned. And now we've got $30 million in cap, even after that corner signing for special teams. We're leading the league in cap space right now. Yes, folks, we're leading the league in something. Can you believe it? When's the last time we could say that? It's been a while. Even in cap space, I'll take it. That's the most important one right there. When you're building, cap space. So I'm pleased with it. You know, that at least we're leading the league in that right now. We're making the right moves, and, you know, we're signing the right people. Look at this punter that we just got. He's a trick punter. I mean, how cool is that? That would never have happened if we had restructured these contracts, right? Come on. But I still think this Eagles trade is, for the 15 and 51, is tough, but still. Whereas the Texans, let's see if we can negotiate with the Texans a little bit here, because that was David's suggestion. Speaking of David, he says, be thankful we're not in the Dolphins situation right now. 4 picks, what a joke. You're not kidding, man. 4 picks, wow. What are you going to do with 4 picks? They better be good ones. That's all I know. Or you better start liquidating some players, man, and getting some capital back. Maybe some trade picks, man. Trade some players for some draft picks. That's what I would do if I was Dolphins management, but, you know. So, we got the Texans here. Now, the 6 for the 13. Now, what I would ask for is the 37. And here's why. That still beats where we were with the 51. That allows us a little bit more of a safety net with the 37, which is in the second round. And as you can see, that's in the that's the 5th spot in round 2. That should open up some eyes right there as to what we can possibly do. That definitely opens the door for one of these guys here. And I heavily suggest Christian Harris, considering the depth of our line right now. Linebacking core. At that 36th spot. Because as I said before, if you look at Christian Harris and where he is, and I'm going to show you guys where he is real quick again. Here's Matt Corral at 44. He'll probably go a little higher than that. There's Brian at 39. Probably go a little higher. But notice that Chris Harris is not on this first page. Isn't that interesting, folks? That tells you you can go all the way down here to 53. Now Christian Harris is going to go higher than 53. I can guarantee you that. Probably 40s range. Probably late 30s range, start 40s. Based on the PFF grade of 53. That gives us this opportunity here with the Texans, should we manage to pull this off. So you're moving down to a pick 13 from a 6. Now, could we then ask for maybe a 107 or a 108? I would ask for a 108, and I would as well. Not a 6. One of these. 205, 207. Two 7s for a 6 is a fair trade. You know, that's around 6. You know, that's... It is towards the... Realistically, towards the middle of the 6th round. But you only want to ask for one of these. You know, you don't want to ask for both. There's a 205, there's a 207. Now, whether that 108 is doable or not, I don't know. It's less likely you're going to get the 107. But the 108 is still possible. I would, if I was going to ask, I would ask for the 183. And see, that's more realistic. See, that's what you're expecting right there. The 183 is a 6th round pick. Yes. But it gives us an extra option in that 6 to pick up somebody good. You know, you might find a gem with that 183. You never know. So that 207 and the 180. Let me look at this a little bit here for a second. That's my original offer right there. Is that right there? It's for the 108. And see that bar go down a little bit interest wise because we asked for the 108. It's gonna be a tough sell, man. It really is. No matter what we do. The 183 is a 6th. Early 6th. But here's where things could get interesting. Let's trade a player. How about... Oh, AJ's Boye is gone. So I don't know why he's still on that list. This is where I would throw Ian Thomas in there. And barring that name in that list, Ravion Roy. Okay. Or Nixon, right? Davion Nixon or Roy. Both of them are second string material, but Roy will probably start next year. That's the reason I would go with Nixon. I still see some potential with Derek Brown. That's why I'm not throwing him on that list. Morgan Fox would have been a major trading move as well. And nobody really wants Frank. So, but if you move Nixon, look at that bar. See, that's starting to get real interesting, isn't it? So, imagine we move Davion Nixon for that 107 instead of the 108. It then becomes doable. Let's see how high we can go with this. Just the 107, all right? Okay. That's a deal right there. That's a deal. So you're essentially looking at the 13, the 37, and the 107 for a 6th, a 242, which is a 7th round, and a 7th round in 2023. Plus Davion Nixon. That gives them a player to work with. That takes away a draft pick for them, so that they don't have to work as hard, you know. And that is what allows us to ask for that 107. Rightfully so. That counterbalances that 107. So when you're thinking about it, you're looking at like a first round drop gives you a 2nd round pick, correct? The value of Nixon is worth both the 37 and the 107, considering how many picks they have and what they're trying to build with that team in Houston, considering they need players at every position. And of course, the 2 7s for a 6 is my aggressive nature in trading. You know, trying to move up and get an extra 6 this year, so we have that extra pick, you know, to play around with. Nobody does anything in the 7th anyway. You know, what's the point? You know, why collect 7th rounders, you know, that are possibly punters, kickers, you know, some random wide receiver that you'll never see again on a training camp roster? What's the point? You know, move those 2 7s up for a 6th and get a better quality player. It just makes sense, folks. It makes all the sense in the world. Like, if you're doing massive trade packages like this, throw it in there. There's no way a team can resist that. You know, you're picking up 2 7s. They can move those 2 7s for a 6th if they wish to do so. You know, it starts a chain. It really, really does. And once you start that chain, eventually, yes, it does come back to you. But you can also move it and keep it moving along. Keep the train moving. You know, it works. It works, man. Like, I'm telling you. I've done so many mock drafts where I found a hidden gem in that 6th round because I did that. And this is a strategy. This isn't a fluke, folks. This is a strategy. That is part of my drafting system that I would like to see implemented in the NFL. You know, just to see if it works. I think I've explained it pretty well on stream. Maybe I didn't. You know, if y'all have questions about it, please do ask. And also, if you want to, feel free to poke holes in it. If you feel that there's something that I'm screwing up on that isn't realistic, please tell me. You know, and we'll discuss it. Absolutely. I am open to discussions on that. You know, because I want the best possible draft system that we can suggest to management to start implementing. And that way we can command our part of the draft and get the players that we want to get, you know, without hesitation, without missing them, you know, and have a contingency plan to deal with it if you can't get that player. You know, this system, I think, can work in the NFL if you do it right. With the safety net numbers, you know, based on what's out there. That's where the players might land. you know. And if you're able to pick that player ahead of where they are projected into that safety net zone, you got a much higher chance of grabbing that player. Much higher chance. And the only time I missed, and I've done several of these simulations, and I know what you're going to say. Oh, you did this on Madden, all that nonsense. Well, that's where this system was created. And I've tried it on multiple Madden games. Not just one. 5 Madden games. I was able to pull this off successfully. This system works, folks. Without flaw. The only time I've missed a player is if I was just jumping on maybe a second choice, you know, of all of my targeted players. Every draft. You do miss out on one, but you have to have that second choice. And if Scott is doing it the way I think my system is set up, except with a lot more aggressiveness, you know, the 2 7s for the 6, a tiny bit more aggressiveness is what I do, but it works. If it could work in the NFL, I would be incredibly happy and impressed. You know, I don't have to have credit for it. You know, I just want this team to succeed in the best way possible. Lock Poppy, good question. You doing another mock draft tonight? Not necessarily. We can, but the whole point of me pulling up the mock drafts for the PFF here, and that's the site we're going to start using it on, because you can trade players now on these. One player, you can't trade more than one, but still, that's better than what we had. Plus, you have the interest bar down here, which is better than the PFN. Plus, this site is free too. So if you're wanting to do this yourself, it's pff.com/draft/mock NFL mock draft simulator. So there you go. But the whole point of this was to kind of show these are our options now that Saints and Eagles trade has taken place. I just randomly found this mock this site that somebody did mocks on throughout the week, on one of the fan pages, and I said, this is better than what we're running, and it's free. Man, and I started seeing more and more people use this site in particular, and I said, oh, okay, let's check this out, let's see what we got here. So, yeah, I like it. But, the whole point of me going on this site tonight, instead of just the film studies, which we'll do in a little bit here for defensive ends, is to show you how badly that Eagles-Saints trade screwed us. And for those that are just joining, y'all know the suggestion that I made for the number 16 pick for the Eagles, trade with the 51. The 51's still there, but you're still trying to get that 15 now from the Eagles is going to be a hard sell. They're not interested in moving that thing. They are locked in with that 15. And I don't know what they're going for, but it sure as heck got my attention this week. And again, I was 50-50 whether we should have done this during mock draft day or, before the draft or during the draft. I didn't see this trade with the Eagles coming at all. but we're here now. And this is the best possible trade option I can give you that we can do. That is feasible. That could give us everything we're looking to get. 13, 17, 107 for the 6th, the 7th round this year, in the 7th round next year, plus Davion Nixon. I think that's the best option we can get. That allows us, with that 37th pick, to then go for one of these defensive tackles on this list. And I would recommend Devontae Wyatt from Alabama, if he's there. If not, Mathis or Sawyer are great options. But if Christian Harris is there, we had better doggone take Christian Harris. Because if we miss out on Christian Harris, we're going to be kicking ourselves for the next 3 years. And whichever team gets him that we don't get, if we move down with the Texans, we'll use him against us in a heavy, heavy defensive way and hurt us. It's been proven before. Okay? This has happened so many times. So, I don't know whether Brian will be there as a second option to Christian Harris, but I really, really like Brian from Oklahoma as the second choice. Then I would go Nakobe Dean as the third choice. You know, if you can't get either one of them. Christian Harris, in my opinion, is the best linebacker in this draft so far that I've been able to find. And we did a little bit of film study on it during the first film study stream. So if you missed that, go check that VOD later on. But yeah, I covered him probably towards the late part of the stream. And I did one video to kind of show everybody what he could do. And those links are in that chat. But yeah, Christian Harris is an incredibly strong linebacker. Fast, checks all the boxes that you're looking for. Plus, he's smart. He's got that awareness. You know, makes excellent tackles. Yeah, I have a hard time finding a flaw with this guy. Rush, too. He's got the strength, he's got the speed, he's got everything you're looking for. And I think he's going to go a lot sooner than they have him projected at, which is like 52 or something like that. He'll probably go late 30s is what I'm thinking. So, what a coincidence when we have that 37 in this trade offer, right? That's why I'm suggesting this. Yes, exactly. Putting him with Shaq Thompson and the new linebacker that we just put in at middle linebacker, that's a trio. That is hard to resist right there. I'm going to tell you that right now. Now, again, by going Christian Harris, you are giving up on Nakobe Dean. You're giving up on Brian. You're giving up on Devontae Wyatt, Travon Walker, Sawyer, Piet Fair, everybody on this list. Mathis, Hayes. You may still have a shot at Tyreek Smith or Justin Schaefer down here towards the 4th round. But, that's neither here nor there. You're getting a absolute future Pro Bowler with Christian Harris, and I would not be anything but excited to have Christian Harris on this team. Shout out to you, Vietnam. What's up, man? Do you think our O-line will be solid next year? I think we got a solid starting 5 right now. I'm happy with them. If you look at our offensive line right now, hold on. Let me ESPN has the most updated one. They're the only ones that actually still give you a depth chart in the offseason. The main website won't do it. They won't give you that update. But ESPN has been updating it for us. So as it stands right now, we've got Bradley at center. We've got Corbett at right guard. We got Taylor Moton at right tackle, where he belongs. Brady Christensen will get the start at left tackle, which I fully support that. Because Cameron Irving, second string for me. He just wasn't quite cutting it. He wasn't getting the quarterback killed back there, but he still wasn't cutting it. You know what I mean? So, yeah, he did give up a good many pressures. I will say that. So, I fully support Brady Christensen starting. In the times that Brady Christensen was in, he was solid. I'm not sold on Pat Eflin, though. That's why I would go guard. Probably. If you're going to go offensive lineman. But we're still going to need depth at both tackle and left guard. Left tackle and left guard. I'm not sold on Aaron Montario. I'm definitely not sold on Dennis Daly. Absolutely not. Michael Jordan, nope. He's not it either. So, we need some help at guard. And unfortunately, that's not as strong of a guard class as I was hoping it would be. Because if you look at the list of available guards, let me see, interior lineman, I guess it would be. And you don't make this move, this trade move, we're still sitting at 6 here. I don't see any guards being taken, so this is the list. Deontay Brown, I would like to see him get more time out there and maybe some starting reps. I don't know that he's ready for a starting job yet, but I do support giving him more reps, and we'll see what he can do. I say we take a look at him in preseason. I'm going to look at him in training camp, and I'm going to get some videos for you guys to look at. Much better camera this year than last year because I got a new phone, so you guys will appreciate that, I'm sure. And you'll be able to see these guys and see more clearly what's going on. But yeah, if you look at the guard list, this is not something that we should be really thrilled about. Ed Ingram, I think, is a good one. Marquise Hayes. If I was going to target a guard, it would be Marquise Hayes early on, sitting at 115. You can get him in the second round. There's Thayer, who is Ohio State, sitting in that third round as well. Justin Schaefer is also a good choice. And I've also heard that Alec Lindstrom can play guard position as well as center. So that's an option for us too. It's kind of a multi-tool. If you want to pick up Alec as kind of a multi-tool backup to the center that we got, Corbett, I believe it was. Was it Corbett? No, it was Bradley. Okay, it was Bradley. I'm not sold on Pat Eflin as a center, but he did a lot better than Sam Tacklenberg, though. Sam does belong to third string. But if we were to pick up Alec Lindstrom, that is a multi-tool second stringer right there. So that is also on the list. I didn't include him on this list, but yeah, I am looking at him for sure. So, we'll go down that list. We'll do some film study on him eventually once we get to the offensive line and film study streams. But we're kind of going position by position and just seeing what's there. Towards the draft, we'll start looking at like the round 4 and below. That way we know what's there in case we miss on people in the first 3 rounds. But yeah, this is really going to be interesting. I think Mathis may be the best defensive tackle on this list. Although Devontae Wyatt is making an argument. He's making a strong argument at this point. But yes, if we don't trade down, these are all the opportunities that we're going to be missing out on, folks. And I got to tell you, that's heartbreaking. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. That's a lot of different options that can help us in at least 4 or 5 positions. Mostly linebacker and offensive lineman. I think if I was going to put them in order of priority, probably offensive line, because we need depth on the offensive line. Linebacker would be second because of the lack of depth there. And third would be defensive end, which we're going to be studying today. So you'll get a good look at Travon Walker in film study. You'll also get a good look at Tyreek Smith, who I've been targeting. So that'll be on the film study list today. But if you go for Malik or Evan Neal, all of these options are gone. All of them. That's a heck of a lot of talent gone. And we'll never see it again. We'll never see our opportunities again. So I would think it's in Scott's best interest to find some type of a blockbuster trade offer, to be ready on the table just in case we need to go down that road. Okay, say we go Malik Willis at number 6 here, and we don't make this trade with the Texans, right? And I'm still heavily leaning towards this trade. I think that's the best trade that we can possibly offer, with Phil Hoskins here. Because, look at the interest level. It's beautiful. There's a high chance that's going to go through. And we could do a lot with the 37 and the 107 with this list. We could do a lot. There's a lot of options on the table for us at that point. I would go Christian Harris with that 37 is what I would do. And then the other pick would be a choice of, do you want to go offensive lineman or do you want to go defensive end or defensive tackle? There's a lot of good options here below Christian Harris. There's a few mock drafts I was targeting Piet Fair. I probably said his last name wrong. Y'all correct me if I got it wrong. I'm famous for that, by the way. But you got Marquise Hayes at guard. That's a solid option right there at guard. I like it. And if you miss on him, you still got Schaefer down here. So, to me, that's, I'm happy with it. Yes, we miss out on on probably Alec Langstrom, but, how badly do we really need Alec Langstrom? How sold are we on this new center? That becomes the question. How sold are we on Bradley? Which I would say pretty sold considering this guy came from the Rams. And he has a high PFF grading. So, to me, I think we can suffer one more year with Pat Eflin. At backup center. Not a problem. To know that we have Bradley for the majority of the season, I'm happy with it. Even if injuries happen. So that's an easy sell for me. There are a few different scenarios where, yes, I would take Alec Langstrom. Depending on the trades, depending on the situation, this, that, and the other. And there's 25% taking him in multiple mocks. I see the Jags taking him. So those are the main two that we would have to compete for Evan Neal. As far as Malik, again, is Malik worth all of these options, guys? Is Malik worth missing out on all of this? I don't think so. That's just my take. Sam Howell's still on the board. And if you don't like Sam Howell after a year, toss him. Get a round one quarterback. Because here's the thing. You're picking up on at least two of these weapons here off this list. If you go with Sam Howell. At least one of them. I would say Christian Harris. If you miss out on a guard, you miss out on a guard. But we got the draft capital right now. We got the capital to go sign another guard. Should we wish? It shows you the full picture of how many options we really have. It's staggering. So, if you really believe Malik is worth all of this, then that's your call. On your mock drafts. I've seen some people go after some people that were not from these schools, and I would steer. I'm hesitant. You know what I mean? Because I don't know enough about those players. I don't know enough about the competition they played, How well they did against the better schools that they played against, when you talk about people from, like, say, let's say you're talking about somebody from, Let's see. Central Michigan, for example. Who does Central Michigan actually play? On their schedule that's legitimately dangerous. How many top 25 teams have they played in the last 5 years? You have to consider these things. The competition is everything when it comes to drafting. And it makes a difference. Some of these schools have certain reputations for certain positions. And you have to factor that in. So, there's a lot involved. No one can tell if Willis or Pickett is worth it. I want us to trade back, and one of them falls in our lap. Yeah. I think if we trade back, Pickett is still there. Do you think the rumor is true that we could take a pass rusher for our 6th round pick? Here's the interesting thing about that. I've read a couple of at least 20 or 30 mock drafts, and I've seen 2 or 3 pass rushers drop in the top 5. At least 2 in almost every mock. I would say at least 1 on draft day. I don't know about 2. We'll see how it rolls. If it's 2, then we take a look at where Evan Neal falls. I do believe Hutchinson is going to be the first one to go. I agree with that. There goes Akeem with the Jets here. So, you just never know what's going to happen. But I would say it's a sure bet that either the Jags or the Lions, one of the two of them is going to take an edge rusher. I'm not sure which one. But I know this. The Jags are not looking to replace Trevor. So I would bet on the Jags going edge rusher. If I was going to bet on one of the two of them. So, yeah. Again, no one can tell if Willis or Pickett is worth it. I want us to trade back and one of them falls in our lap. That would let us to continue to build the team, and maybe Sam can lead us. Yeah, for sure. You talking about Sam Darnold, or are you talking about Sam Howell? I really do want people to not underestimate Sam Howell, because that will be our undoing. I think he's got a lot of talent and a lot of skills. And I watched him during the combine, and I was impressed. And, again, shout out to Dean Jones, the article writer for Cat Crave, that actually pointed out his opinion, his actual opinion on him, saying, we should not give up on him. And I respect that, man. This is what I've been waiting for from him, because he's been throwing out all these articles about stuff that's already trending, and it's just kind of, come on, man. So to see his actual reaction and opinion on something Panthers related is refreshing. So yeah, Sam Howell, I do like him. We should give Darnold a chance with the O-line. Okay. I'm sold on 1 year with Sam Darnold. In 22, it can't hurt us. We're already going to struggle anyway in this season, so I don't see why not. either way, we're going to be developing a quarterback, whether it be through this draft or next draft. I think so. Putting in Sam Darnold this year can't hurt. You know, they seem to believe that he will break that glass ceiling and move forward. So, if Scott believes that, I'll support him. But, you know, I'm taking that info with a grain of salt, though. You know what I mean? You got to sell me on it. I got to see some progress in training camp and preseason if I'm going to believe that Sam Darnold could actually push himself further than where he is right now. But with that O-line being better, maybe. Yeah, you're heartbroken that we let Hashawn Reddick go. Yeah, me too, man. Me too. That was a disappointing one right there. Because we would have had the cap to re-sign him. So, any of these top quarterbacks, Corral, Ritter, Pickett, Howell, would be good for us. But Pickett can scan the field and read defenses. True. That is true. And that's a solid argument if you want to go for Pickett. That's very true. Fitton says, yeah, give him a chance with a better team around him. Yeah, let's see what happens. You know, he's got the line now. The key here is going to be injuries, though. Again, we've had a horrible history with injuries, whether we got Pro Bowlers on the line or not. You know, so watch out for that. You're going to probably see a couple of these guys that you saw last year fill in for a good chunk of the year because of injuries. So be prepared for that inevitability because it will happen. You know, I just don't want our quarterbacks to get rushing around and running for their lives. That's not the goal here in Carolina anymore. Since we signed all those guys. You know, we didn't put all that money into these guys just to stay on the bench hurt all year. So, we're going to need to see some production. We're going to need to see some injury reduction, injury prevention, to make sure they stay on the field for as long as they can. The stuff you can prevent, you know. I'm not worried about the stuff you can't. I'm worried about what you can prevent. That's the key here. I would still draft his replacement and have him on the bench learning and watching. Absolutely. I agree. Sam Darnold's got one more year on his contract. I have no problem with him writing that out with the line that we have now. And let's just see what he does. You know? I don't support giving him an extension at this point. No. But if he does a lot better, significantly better than last year, I'll consider it. I'll revisit that. You know what I mean? But right now, no. It's a solid no. We could possibly trade him before the end of the year. It is possible. Yes. Contract-wise, it would work out for us. But what will we get in return, though? We need a pick. We need a pick for this. You know, I'm not looking for a player. I'm looking for a pick at this point. Because a pick is a lot more valuable, considering what we can find in these next two drafts. Who knows what's going to pop up in free agency? It's random. It's, you know, whoever's out of a contract, you know, is going to pop up there. And I have to admit to y'all, I don't keep up with that stuff. So, not as well as I could be. So, if anybody knows about contracts, y'all, I need a contracts expert, man. That's what I need on this channel. Because y'all could really, really help me out. and everybody on this channel, so that we can all learn something, you know what I mean? So if you're into that stuff and you feel like you know a lot about NFL contracts, please do let us know. Reach out. My PMs and DMs are open. I prefer Facebook, so if you guys want to look up my profile, it'll be on the Keep Pounding Facebook group page. So if you feel like you know some stuff about that, hit me up. Heck, resign Cam and put him in there. Yes, I feel like that's the best option. I still believe that. He wants to play for a contending team, you know, and I feel like we are on the way to that point. You know, we're not quite there yet, but if he waits a year or two, you know, under our system, you know, with a 2 or 3 year contract, he'll have his chance. He'll have his chance, man. And he'll get a chance to retire as a Panther, too. Which really means a lot to Panthers fans. So, yes, I fully support this. If CMC gets injured again this year, sad to say, but we're probably letting him go. Here's the problem with that. Matt Rule was leading the charge on this. And he said, we are not putting him at slot. In case any of y'all missed that, we're not putting him at slot. And I saw that news and I went, what? You're joking. Like, that's the only logical place to split those carries. It makes perfect sense. And we're not trading him to the Bills. There's no way. No way. Absolutely not. Bills have too many of our players already. No way. Y'all ain't getting no more of our players without no value. No. Nope, we're not doing that no more. Bills trying to steal another one. Can y'all believe that, folks? Bills trying to steal another one. I'm you know, I'm 60-40 in favor of keeping CMC. Unless we get a trade offer that's really, really lucrative, that allows us to really set ourselves up. You know what I mean? Like maybe a second and a third this year, which I don't think teams would be willing to give us. Then no, I don't see any reason to trade him this year. But we're not putting him at slots, so if he gets injured again, that's on Matt Rule. I mean, we tried to warn him. Not our fault if he doesn't listen. I've warned this management multiple times on social media. Do not get this man hurt again. You know, or we will pay the price as a whole team. Watch what happened, you know, when we didn't have CMC. It's completely obvious. Come on. Like, Matt, open your eyes, man. Please. All I'm going to say is, David Tepper, you have the power to end this, man. You have the power to end this. All you got to do is eat some money and get us a better coach. You have the power. It's up to you. I get it, man. You feel guilty for giving him a 7-year contract. I get it. You know, maybe it's the money that you don't want to eat up that like 63 mil or something like that. I get it. Dude, I get it. It's a lot of money. But to somebody that's a hedge fund manager and somebody that's got tons of money, it's chump change. You can make that again off the soccer team. Come on. All you gotta do is just admit that you made a mistake. It's that simple. We'll accept it. We'll accept your apology, and we can move on. You know, and everybody will have respect for you again. Everybody knows that Matt Rule is handicapping us. Everybody. It's not a secret, bro. If you don't know that Matt Rule is handicapping us at this point, you are blind as a bat. And clearly not paying attention in this fan base. If you've been here for 2 or 3 years. If you are just now joining the Panthers fan base, welcome. You know, you might not know this. But yes, he is handicapping us. And all you got to do is look at the different ways he is holding us back. We started looking at Kenny Pickett. Guess whose hands he was complaining about? We started looking at Brady Christensen last year. Guess whose arms he was complaining about last year? I mean, come on. And then he's going to lead negotiations for the return of Cam Newton? I don't think so. I don't think so. Come on, man. Who all of a sudden put him in charge of trying to get Cam Newton back? That's what frustrates me, man. Whether you want him back or not, who put him in charge? Who allowed him to lead the way? It's stupid. Alright. Look, man. If y'all don't understand this man is handicapping us by now, you ain't going to. Look, he did not take us anywhere last year. He didn't accomplish anything last year. All of the things that we did last year were because of Scott Fitterer. The year before that, we didn't do nothing else besides what we already did with Ron Rivera. We could have done the same doggone things. The only difference is we had a hair's width of a better offensive line that didn't get our quarterbacks put in the ER. That's it. Maybe a player or two on defense, but that was it. You know, the injuries continued. You know, the stupid levels of decision making continued. The lack of production and discipline continued. You know, and then it breeded laziness during the Tampa Bay game, the last game of the season. Everybody was thinking about, oh, where they're going to go on vacation, where, you know, their next new yacht that they're going to buy, you know, on the Caribbean. Man, come on. Come on, man. Nobody was thinking about trying to win that game no more. Not in that second half of that Bucs game. Nobody cared. They already knew 5 games before that season was dead. And that's with Cam Newton coming back. We needed a culture change. We needed a mindset change. And with Matt Rule showing he has no knowledge on how to scout Brady Christensen with the short arms. Look who we drafted. Brady Christensen. Look where he's going to be starting this year. Left tackle. Everybody said this man is not a left tackle. Oh, he's better suited for guard. Wrong. All that garbage that you heard about him not being a left tackle, a starting left tackle, or a potential starting left tackle, came from Matt Rule. All of it. All the garbage. We drafted Brady Christensen to be a left tackle. Period. Period. There's no ifs, ands, no buts, no. We drafted this man to be a left tackle. That was Scott Fitterer's intention when he drafted him. Point blank, period. Now, he's going to tell you a little bit differently in the media just to appease Matt Rule. But behind closed doors, oh yeah, he drafted this man to be a left tackle. No question. He has stayed there since the majority of the time that he has been here. Oh, he can't make it a left tackle because he has short arms. Oh yeah, sure. Sure. Look where he is now. I rest my case on that one. Kenny Pickett. He's doing the same thing with Kenny Pickett now. With the small hands. Just a half a hand size small. Man, come on. If you're not seeing a pattern by now, you're not going to. Not to mention all the people he put on this roster from Temple and Baylor. You know, Temple and Baylor. When is the last time either one of those colleges made the top 25 and stayed up there consistently? Answer me that question. Answer me that question right now. Anyone that's been watching college football for the last 10 years, let me know. I ain't seeing it. I saw one good year with the Baylor Bears, and that's before Matt Rule ever took care of that team. That was years before. Actually, I saw a couple of good years. Back-to-back years. Matter of fact. But that was a while back. Oh. And to top it all off, here comes the New York players from the Jets and the Giants. Because guess which job he didn't land before he came to Carolina? Guess who bought him out before he could go to New York? Tepper. Tepper bought him out. Now, I'm not saying he's salty about not getting that New York job, but that's the theory I've got going on right now. Y'all can take that for whatever you want, but I'm telling you right now, he wanted to work with some of those New York players so bad that he brought a few of them down here and ruined us in the process. I'm gonna show y'all. Hold on. I did this last stream, but I'll do it again for y'all. Because really, y'all need to see this. If you haven't seen it already. And it's going to become blatantly obvious when you see it. It's going to blow your mind. Alright, we're going to sort these in order of colleges. Alright, so we got 3 Alabama people. That's good. You know, I like Deontay Brown. I think that's a win. Bradley, I don't know that much about, but we'll give him a shot. You know, Thomas Fletcher, sure. We'll see what he can do. You can't go wrong with Bama players. You really can't. Just look how many trophies these guys got. under Nick Saban. The man knows how to coach players and potential NFL winners. So we got 2 from Auburn. Here's where the fun begins. You got 2 Baylor players. Sam Tacklenberg, who's been way below average, 3rd stringer. Then you got Bravion Roy, average defensive tackle. What have either one of them done for us? Not much. Continuing on. You're going to look at about 4 LSU players. You know, these guys are solid. I think that's good choices. Yeah. You know, I like Terrace Marshall Jr. I like that pick. That was a Fitterer pick, by the way. Dante Jackson, excellent player. That was before either one of them got here. Frank Herron, you know, okay. Steven Sullivan, okay. You know, no complaints there. Every once in a while, you'll see somebody from like Louisiana Tech or some college like that. You know, it'll be like a safety or something like that, and they'll be really good. But you know, it's a once in a blue moon type thing. But you know, they're pretty good. We've had a good history of Minnesota and Mississippi players. So there you go. There's Haynes. There's Hartfield. I like both of them. Kamal Martin, Damian, I don't know that much about. So I'm going to keep my mouth shut on those until we see more. I'm not going to say anything. Troy Pod Jr., kind of potential. But I don't know. I've seen enough of Troy now that I'm just kind of on the fence there about whether we should put him on the 53 or the practice squad right now. Tommy Tremble, I think we got a hit with him. I think he's all right. You know, I'm not going to say he's the best tight end out there, but, you know, he gets the job done. You know, you want blockers on the outside when you do screens. You want stuff like that. Short yardage situations, he's your man. You know, I like him too. I think he's solid. So, moving on down, you got Austin Pleasance, you know, from Ohio. Most of these offensive linemen will be from weird schools like that, you know. So 3 from Ohio State. You can't go wrong with Ohio State as of lately with Urban Wire draft classes, you know, going up there. You really can't go wrong. There's very few players that I would say don't fit the bill for a good roster. So I'm going to move on here. Oregon State, Penn State, Purdue. And there's your Rhode Island guy. Every once in a while you'll see somebody from Rhode Island or something like that. South Carolina Gamecocks. We've had a great history with Gamecocks players. I'm happy to see that continue. That's fine with me. You know, even though I'm a Clemson fan, I'm cool with it, man. I just want to see the best 53-man roster we could build. So, you know, bias aside, I'm happy with it. Anybody that we pick out from the Gamecocks that turns into a winner, I'm for it. You know, Shai Smith, J.C. Horn. We got 2 out of 3. That's a hit for me as far as I'm concerned. That's a winning crew right there. I didn't even know Jeremy Chin was from Southern Illinois. I learned something there. Stanford, you know, that was two to 3 years where Stanford was really, really good, and McCaffrey was part of the reason that they were that good. But here's where things get wacky. Look how many Temple players we got. And y'all want to tell me These aren't Matt Rule choices right here. Come on, man. You know for a fact Robbie Anderson was a Matt Rule choice because we got him right around the same time that Matt Rule took over. Sean Chandler, same thing. Yep. Why do you think this man got re-signed for another 1-year contract? That is going to surprise a lot of people, but it did not surprise me one bit. And it even royally ticked me off. I'm going to be straight up honest. That royally ticked me off. You're going to give Sean Chandler double the money he was making last year, and put him in the same spots and let him give up the same amount of points, hurting us during the season. Makes no sense. You just wasted $1 million. You technically wasted $1.5 million, if you want to get technical with it, over 2 years. That makes me unhappy. I'm willing to spend the extra $1 million and get Trey Boston back over him, and that's saying something. Like, I would be willing to pay that extra $1 million for Trey Boston, because at least you know when he's giving his all on that field, you're going to get something out of it. Yeah, he got lost on the field. Yeah, he had his moments where he missed tackles and stuff like that and didn't have any discipline. But think about the times when he was playing well. That's what I'm trying to tell y'all, man. That to me is worth the extra $1 million to have Trey Boston over Sean Chandler. We've got the money. Scott, you could override Matt on this one. You could do it, bro. All you have to do is just tell him no. Just once. Just once, bro. Just cut the man and go after Trey Boston. Bring him home. I won't complain one single bit about Trey Boston if you do this. You have my word. And y'all can hold me to this. And I'll tell you, I was one of the biggest critics of Trey Boston back in the day. But part of it was how Ron Rivera was treating him, too. So, and managing him. So that's a small part of why, that whole thing went haywire. But, contract-wise, it's worth it, bro. It is. I'm not saying I would love to see him on the field, but I'll take him any day over Sean Chandler. At least Trey Boston didn't give up points. Consistently. Every single game that he's in the red zone. Come on. The man tried his best. You gotta show him at least some respect for that. I mean, I even gave him that respect. No matter how much tough love I gave that man, I still respected him for that. So, again, I'm making this appeal. Please bring Trey Boston back over Sean Chandler. I'll take that. If you don't want to spend the extra money, if you don't want to go after Tyrann Mathieu, Trey Boston is fine. I'm cool with it. I'm saying it. I'm greenlighting it. But again, it's your team, Scott, so do what you think is best. If you feel like appeasing Matt Rule for one more year is the best move to do, yeah, but you know what I mean? I'm not thrilled with it. But I'll go along with it. Because again, it is your team and you're doing well. So But Sam Franklin Jr., yeah, take him or leave him. Matt, we didn't necessarily know was from Temple, but, you know, if he ends up being a solid defensive tackle for us, you know, we'll see. We'll see. I have a feeling that was a Matt Rule choice, though. And every once in a while, the bird finds the worm. You know what I mean? Every once in a while. But the squirrel finds his nut, you know. But right now, you gotta dig through a lot of leaves if you think you're gonna convince me that Sean Chandler is a winner out there. I'm not buying it. You gotta really sell me. Colin Thompson, nah. Take him or leave him. PJ Walker, we didn't know if it was from Temple, realistically. But we saw, as far as I'm concerned, he's from the Canadian Leagues. That's where I see him coming from. I didn't know he was from Temple. So, that one doesn't count. And, again, I didn't know that Robbie was from Temple. So, technically, that one doesn't count either. So, you know, that's what you're basically looking at there. And it's clearly obvious which players on this team were Matt Rule choices. It's not complicated to figure that out. All you gotta do is look at where they're from. Man, oh man. Oh yeah. To answer your question about how he's handicapping the team, I think I answered that pretty well. Hopefully to your satisfaction. And hopefully to everybody's satisfaction. Really, because, you know, we had the potential in the glass ceiling for 10 wins in that first year of Matt Rule. No, second year of Matt Rule. So, which was his college record, you know, was 10 wins, you know, in the second year. However, he had a lot of help at Baylor and at Temple, and from much smarter men than him. And I just feel like Scott Fitterer is that much smarter guy this time around. Because he's the reason we had the defense we did. He's the reason we had the offensive line that wasn't getting our quarterbacks murdered out there. So, you know, Scott Fitterer is the reason we are where we are today. Give this man all the props, all the respect that he's due. He's earned it. And he's learning. So getting into some of these contracts. Yeah, Brady should be starting at left tackle. I want to see what he has to offer our team. Yes. We've seen enough of him. I think he deserves that spot. Now with a year to learn and get stronger, he might be exactly what we need. I feel like he's a future Pro Bowler. I'm saying it. I feel like Brady Christensen could be a future Pro Bowler. Now remember this. Remember I said this could be. Could be. For all the selective listeners out there that like to do that nonsense. I know y'all going to try to pull something on me. And it ain't going to work. Because I'm going to tell you to check this VOD. He could be a potential Pro Bowler. If he doesn't turn out to be one, I know y'all going to try to call me out on it. I know it. I know it, y'all. Because that's what y'all do, man. That's what some of y'all do. Selective listeners out there. Selective hearing. God bless y'all, man. I love y'all, but jeez. I know that's a thing y'all like to do, man. But getting back to this, man got the job in Carolina and said to all of his Bear boys, "I got y'all, boys. I'm drafting y'all." yeah. That's pretty much it. Holy Baylor, yeah. Oh, of course, Sean Chalmers from Temple. Yep. As soon as I saw that, when I looked down that roster, I said, that explains everything. Oh, gosh. The amount of times I complained about this dude with tough love last year was ridiculous. And now that I see that, that explains everything I need to know. That tells me everything I need to know. Just don't do this anymore, Matt. Come on, man. We all know you're on your way out. Just stop. Why do you need to handicap another team just to get to where you want to go on the other one? Stupid. Yeah, Sean Chalmers was even bad in preseason. I remember watching him. Yeah. Yes, he was, Locke. Y'all know I scouted that preseason. Y'all know I made those videos. Y'all know I made those live streams. Check the VODs. He was even bad during those preseasons. Cardinals knew something we didn't know. But old Matt just had to have his Temple boys. I don't get it. I honestly don't understand. There's loyalty towards NFL players. That's one thing that Carolina has prided themselves on. And then loyalty to bringing up college players that you have coached previously. That's a totally different thing. That's something we never supported here. That's something we have never gone along with here. Unless they are solid players and they belong on that 53, we have never supported that in our Panthers history. So, I just want to point all that stuff out to you. That's where we're at. In about 3 minutes, I'm going to start this film study. We'll find out what we have at defensive end. But, just to give you an idea, man, that's how badly this Saints and Eagles trade screwed us up. It's worth spending this much time on this because I really wanted this trade, man. I really did. I felt like we had something going. And then the doggone Saints walked in and took it from us. Single-handedly. Like a kid stealing from a cookie jar. You gotta be kidding me, man. Blessed. Blasted Saints. I don't want to have a problem with that team, man. I don't. I really don't. But the more I watch this Saints team, man, and these Saints teams over the past 5 years, y'all are making me frustrated with y'all, man. Because we've had a history of their players taunting our players, being dirty on the field, doing this and this and that, And then the whole, we're going to pay you extra money if you target our players and hurt them, on the field. That's been proven. That's why their coach, Sean Payton, was actually suspended for an entire year. Which, by the way, bravo, NFL. Thank you for doing something about that. I appreciate that, by the way. That is justice right there. That's proper justice for what y'all did. That is upholding the rules right there. And looking out for every player out there in the NFL. Not just one team's players, not just two teams' players, but all of them. Making sure that doesn't happen anymore. And the NFL put their foot down and they said, we're not letting y'all do this no more. We're not letting y'all get away with this. Thank you. They got so sick and tired of watching all these players get hurt and concussions and all that stuff, they did something about it. So, I give them all the respect in the world that they're due for doing something about it. Whether it be the concussions, whether it be enforcing the NFL rules, all of it. Thank you. Saints, please tell me you got somebody very, very specific in mind for that spot. Because Lord knows we needed that 16, man. We needed it. If it ain't us shooting ourselves in the foot, it's somebody else shooting us in the foot. I'll tell you that much. Every year. Every single year. It's frustrating to watch. It really, really is. But we're here where we are now, so all we can do is try our best to do something else, I really do believe the Texans are the best choice to trade with. And yeah. There it is. There's our best trade offer, guys. And I would even ask for the 205 here. For the 27s. The 205, 207 doesn't matter. It's 2 picks difference, you know what I mean? Honestly, I don't know that would make too much of a difference, but you never know. Depends on what you're targeting down there. But that's the best trade offer I have been able to see that we have on our table that we could offer. To match what the Saints and Eagles just did. And at 13, we don't know how far Malik could slip. He won't get out of the top 15, I can tell you that. But at 13, could he still be there? I don't know. I don't know, guys. There's some defensive players that are going to get taken here in the top 15. So let's kind of explore that a little bit. So you got the Giants. Giants just took an offensive tackle, so they're probably going defensive here. Falcons, you know, they've already got their quarterback. They've got Mariota. So now they're looking for an offensive lineman, right? Probably a guard, maybe a center. I would think a guard would be the choice if I was the Falcons. You do have the Clemson corner that is sitting up there that they could grab way before the Eagles get a shot at him down here at 15, which has been happening in most mock drafts. They go for Andrew Booth Jr. at 15. Which gives me an actual idea. If they are committed to Andrew Booth Jr. at 15, at corner position, that could put us back in the running for that 15 spot in 51 in a trade offer. That could put us back in the hunt. If they get any kind of a tip off that the Falcons might be going for Andrew Booth Jr. at 8, that might make them motivated enough to try and move, to take a phone call from us. It's possible. It is highly possible. I don't know, man. Falcons desperately need a corner. They already struck gold with one Clemson corner, having two of them on that defensive backfield from Dabo Swinney's camp. Man, props to them. That would be a real good draft pick. You know, if I'm the Falcons, I'd be leaning that direction. For sure. Which would put pressure on the Eagles. And if they feel like Andrew Booth Jr. is going to go higher than 15, then yeah, that 16 spot is negotiable, right? But if they feel like they are completely confident that that corner is going to drop to 15, then the Falcons could be the only ones stopping him from getting him. Because I don't see any of these other teams really pushing for a corner, you know, that desperately. Except for maybe the Texans. And the Texans need everything, so I would imagine they go for some other direction. So, we'll see, man. We'll see. But again, that's not a quarterback. Seahawks just lost Russell Wilson. That might be where Malik Willis might end up, is at 9. If we don't take him at 6. You know, if we do anything other than Malik Willis at 6, that's where Malik possibly ends up. And if he doesn't, Washington picks him up. If Washington fails to pick him up, then he drops to 13, where we got a shot at him if we move with the Texans. I don't see it, guys. I see Kenny Pickett. I see Sam Howell. I see Matt Corral at 13, but I don't see Malik. I'm just being real with y'all. At that rate, Sam Howell would be the best choice, in my opinion. I mean, people are high on Kenny Pickett, but he didn't have a very good combine. That drops him on my radar a little bit. Just a little bit. You know, not enough to knock him out of the first round, but just enough, you know, to where I'm like, you know, I'm shaky on him. You know what I mean? As far as we know, he's only known for that deep ball. And that ain't going to cut it. We need a little bit more than just a deep ball. We need somebody like Malik Willis, you know? So, for all the people that are saying Malik Willis, you know, I'm on board with that. But is it worth giving up all of these options? There's so many options available to us. All we have to do is pick up the phone and talk to the Texans. You know? And if the Eagles are willing to make a move on draft day, pick up the phone with them too. Let's see what offer they throw at us. I think those are the top two we should be looking at. You know, that's what I would do if I was Scott. Or if I was GM. Absolutely. And again, I just want to stress this. I'm not upset at all with Scott in any way that he didn't pull the trigger on any type of trade with the Eagles. I'm not upset with him at all. You're good. You are scot-free. You are golden. It's the Saints I'm not happy with. Because the Saints are the ones that robbed us of an opportunity. And that's what made me very, very frustrated. But we're not out of the woods yet. As you see here, you know, with the Texans, I see an opportunity. So, we take that opportunity, we're good. We're good as gravy. We might miss on Malik, but we'll still land either Kenny Pickett or Sam Howell. So we'll have our choice. And I hate that for Phil Hoskins, but you know, we got to make a choice. You know, do we want to sit here and be stagnant, you know, for another 2 to 3 years? Or do we want to really, really build through this draft? You know, by sacrificing a little bit. And there will be other quarterbacks that are just as good or better than Malik next year. In every single draft. Every draft class is like that at quarterback. So, you know, can anyone tell me what the 23 draft class might look like at quarterback? Who might be on that list that would be in the top 5 that we could consider? I'm willing and open to suggestions there. I want to see what we got available. I want to see what our options are. You know, our full options list. Not just this list of names, you know. I want to know more about these guys. I want to know what we're dealing with. That way we can make a more informed decision. We know what these guys can do pretty much now. How about the 23 quarterbacks? And I know that's looking a little further into the future, but we need to know that this is an option in the first round next year. You know what I mean? Like, if we have to go quarterback first round, offensive line second and third again, we'll do it. You know, whatever it takes to build this team, I'm willing to do that. You know, I'm willing to wait. I'm willing to be patient. If there's a better quarterback than what's on this list next year on there. Y'all tell me. I'll do a little research this week. We'll find out. You know, I don't want to rush into this decision. And Scott said the same thing. You know, much to the same effect. You don't want to rush this. You don't want to make a mistake. Because you have to live with it for 3 years or more when it comes to quarterback. Don't rush this. Think it through. And I like his approach on this. That's good. You know, I would like to see a little more research done in these 23 quarterbacks, though. Let's see what's out there. Vietnam says, Willis doesn't scan the field. If his first read isn't there, he tries to run. And against the ACC talent, he struggled. Oh, excuse the yawn. The ACC, check his tape versus Virginia Tech. Ooh. Okay, Vietnam, you're onto something here, man. Howell and Pickett can scan the field and make accurate throws. That's what we need, not a run-first quarterback. We need that real quarterback who looks to throw and beat teams with his mind and arm. Facts. Facts. Love that comment right there. Because that's exactly what we're looking for. Dead on. Dead on the sticks. That's what we want. And that's why I say, you know, if we move down to 13, Howell and Pickett are sitting right there for us to choose from. Plus a choice at 37, which could be Christian Harris. Then you move on down to 107. And if you want to go guard at 107, we can do that. We have that flexibility. The 205 would give us maybe a late round defensive end, maybe. Option. Plus whatever we've got here, you know, at the 137, 144, 149, and 199. So I think with all of that in mind, you know, it makes sense to offer this trade with the player. You know, I would try Ian Thomas first. If they don't like Ian Thomas, then Phil Hoskins. You know, Bravion Roy will attract the same type of attention. Although he's going to start, so I would rather move Nixon. We've got to make a move. I apologize for the yawn again. It's late, but I'm trying to get through it for you. And then we'll get to the film studies in a minute. Oof. Dennis Daly. Dennis Daly could still attract this much attention? Really? I don't think he's worth it, though. Nah. Cam Irving. You're serious? Cam Irving moved the needle here? Really? Really? Huh. Okay. I'm down. Cam Irving. Send him. If that's what they want, I'm here for it. Sam Darnold. We could move him, but that contract, yeah, that's what's drawing a little less interest. Maybe. Oof. Let's see. If you wanted to move a player in return, maybe. I doubt it, though. I doubt we're gonna actually ask for a player. We shouldn't. We honestly shouldn't. But I like that though. Cam Irving is drawing attention. That could be the deal setter right there. Wow. Wow, you guys. Huh. I'd be willing to do that since we're about to get a new tackle anyway. Right? I mean, you look at the tackle list that we have here. You got Sawyer, you got Piet Fair. You know, we got options. I'm here for it. I'd rather move the defensive tackle, and I'll tell you why. Because if you look at Devontae Wyatt is here. Mathis is here from Alabama. You know, so to me, like, I'm willing to kind of take away from that defensive tackle group here and just see what we can get. I like Matt Ioannidis that much. But again, Phil Hoskins is third string. Yeah, that's the third stringer. Move him. He is trade bait at this point. Phil Hoskins. Honestly, I don't see how we're going to be able to do that much with him. That's value. You know, and okay, we're showing some interest in Phil. Showing some interest there. Nixon's gone, I believe, isn't he? Yeah. Nixon's gone, I think. Everyone really is going to be the starter. So, yeah. Phil Hoskins is the guy. And we try to make this deal work here. I think we're pretty much sold on this. Phil Hoskins, to me, is worth that 107. And the remaining value of that 37. It balances it out. And there's a high probability this is going to work. We're looking at a good 85% chance this could happen right here. If we ask for it. We have to be aggressive. We have to send this offer to them. We can't just sit there and wait for an offer like this to come to us. We have to be the aggressor. And that's why when Scott said we're going to sit and wait and listen for deals, I'm like, what? Hold up. Nope. Not when we hold all the power. We hold all the power. negotiating wise. We're sitting here with a number 6 pick. We're sitting here with a defensive tackle we're not using. We're sitting here with Cam Irving. You know what I mean? We've got the bargaining power. All we have to do is use it. Take advantage of it. Don't sit on it. You know? It doesn't matter if we get the 3rd round pick at that point. You know, as long as we get the first 2, that's what matters. Then we can negotiate on this one. You know, it could be a 107, it could be a 108, whatever you want to do. Either one. I have a feeling, you know, you go for the 183, they're going to automatically give you that. But that's not enough value for me. Not for a player, no. I got to have the 107 or 108. The 205 is a bonus. That's a combination of the 7th round picks for a 6th. Now you could bump that up and ask for a 183. That's fine. Although that's a tough sell. You know. Yes, it's possible. I don't know that the GM is going to go for that. When you have 2 picks that are right next to each other in the draft board, right here in the 6th round, you know what I mean? 205 and 207 in the middle of it, of the 6th round. It makes sense to me to ask for one of those instead. So that to me is proper value. You know, you're looking at 242, and who knows what that round 7 was, you know, for next year. Probably below 230, right? So you put those both together, you get the 205. Makes sense. It's proper value. This is a perfect example of proper value in trading. So if you guys want to do this in mock drafts, you know, there you go. You got to balance those 2 sides. It's not easy to do. You know, but if you know what you're doing and you know what the proper value is of each player that you have and what the other team wants in return for it, simple. You know, from that point on. What are they looking to give? You know, what are you looking to get? Balance it. So, this does have a draft guide. They also have a big board. They have a bunch of stuff for premium people if you pay for it. But the stuff what we're doing for this mock, you don't have to pay for. This mock draft is perfectly free. Everything we're doing right now is free. I want to knock down that speed a little bit because that was going a little fast for me. But yeah, I think we have our trade offer, folks. Y'all happy with that? I'm satisfied with it. That's me. I would greenlight this trade. Texans have the picks. We have the players. You know, we have the spots that you want. You scratch our back, we'll scratch yours. Happy to do it. But we got to be aggressive. We have to offer this trade. There is no sitting back and just going, oh, well, we could have had this, we could have had that. Stop. Stop. Be aggressive. Now's the time to take a shot. If not now, then when? The Saints just took a shot. It's our turn. Alright, so, film study. We're going to start with excuse me. We're going to start with Aiden Hutchinson from the Michigan Wolverines. And let me just make sure y'all can hear this video. Alright. And boom. And I'm going to put this link into the Facebook chat so you guys can see what we're looking at. Oh, plus there's this. Look at that. Next highest cap room is 22. I'm going to run this back for y'all so you can see. Maybe if it'll let me. Look at this. 30,000. Second highest is the Colts at 22,000. Texans at 22. The Browns at 21. Saints have 21. I actually got one question this week asking me, how do the Browns have this much money still? Well, it's from building up through the draft. Not so much free agency, but through the draft and contracts. And see, like, that's how we did ours, too. Except, we did ours a little differently. Now we got the money to mess around a little bit and pick up what we needed. By the end of this free agency period before the draft, we won't be sitting at 30. I can guarantee you that. We'll probably be sitting at like 20-something. We'll probably pick up one more player. I don't know who we're going to pick up, but... Excuse me, I had an itch. But, yeah, I see us picking up probably one more. One or two more. With that 30 mil. 10 mil will go into rookie contracts. And then, the rest will go into injuries, replacements, and then we go from there. And we have the opportunity to make a big move. So, just to kind of show you that. Alright, so here's the video for Hutchinson. I probably mistyped his name, but, you know, work with it. There we go. No, I got it right. Okay. Link is in Facebook chat. For all people watching on YouTube, stand by. And as always, whenever you see me use a video from a highlights page, go ahead and like that video and subscribe to that channel if you wish to do so, to see more of their content. You know, show them some love. Tell them tell them you were sent by us to take a look at some of these guys. You know what I mean? Tell them to keep making these videos and tell them we said thank you, for what you've done so far, and you've done a great job. Alright, so let's go. Sync up in 3, 2, 1. Let's go. Oh! Bruh! This dude is brutal. That is one of the most brutal tacklers I've ever seen. Look at the spin moves. Man. Look at the speed. Oh my God. That's a nasty bull rush too, right there. Look at how much he overpowered that offensive lineman right there. Oh, he just swim moved both of them. Look at that. Wow. He pushed it back a good 7 yards. Look at this. He doesn't give up on plays either. That's very impressive. Okay. Oh. Oh. Wow. Oh, these tackles don't stand a chance. Look at this. Look at this. These guys don't stand a chance. You know how quickly you just went right by them. Oh my God. I want to run it back about 2 plays here. I want to see something. Let's run it back to about 135. If we can, folks. And I want to see how quickly he gets by this tackle or this guard over here. I think it's a tackle. But let's see how quickly he gets around this guy. Here's the play I want to look at right here at 140. This is against the Wisconsin Badgers. And Wisconsin's had a pretty decent offensive line history over the years. Just to point that out. So here he is right here. Look how far back he's lined up. This is the guy he's going to be battling. This is the number 65 right here. And watch how quickly he gets around this dude. Whoosh! Oh my God! The speed! Whoosh! Oh, he didn't even stand a chance on that play. Bro, he did not stand a chance. He didn't even get his feet set before Aiden got past him. Dude, that is wild. Oh my. Oh wow. He got back that far, pushing that lineman that far back while being held. I just want to point that out. Watch this last play. He is being held the entire way. Alright. Is this the one? No, that's this play. It's still worth watching again, right? Okay, watch this. He is being held right here. Watch this guy's arm. Yeah, he held him for about a half second. He let go, though. But he still got that far back there. And that quickly. Ooh. Wow. That's just not even fair. Oh my gosh, that's not even fair. Oh, wow. He was... Hold on, I'm going to pause it for you. Right there. See, he's being held right there. And he still gets all the way back there and impacts where that ball is thrown to. Now I want you to look at how far back this offensive lineman is set here. Tried to set up to battle him. That's a good 4 yards behind the line of scrimmage. And he still gets easily ran past and absolutely torched. Whoosh. No chance. No chance, dude. That's not even fair. That's not even fair. Oh my god. I've seen some crazy defensive ends in my time, man. That's one of the better ones. Alright. So let's see who he's on. Look at this reach. I want y'all to notice the reach over here. Look at his arms. This is what happens when you put this guy one-on-one versus a guy that misses his block. Completely misses his block. Here's your guy. Here's your lineman. He's looking this way. He's looking at these linebackers. That's not what you want to be doing if you're an offensive lineman. That's going to lead to a sack. Easily. Especially with Aiden's speed. And there he goes. Boom. He's lucky that was an incompletion. Alright, look how far back. He's already pushed this guy. Look at this bull rush. This is insane. Yep, and there it is. He's already beaten him. Nice sack. And that was a holding, too. He held him, and he still got the sack. Look at this. That's insane, dude. I like him. Yep, Jags, you're about to get an absolute baller right here. You're about to get an absolute baller. No question. Oh my. How many times do you have to hold this man? He's still going to beat you. Dude, it doesn't matter. And that's against Michigan State, too. Michigan State is no slouch on offense. Oh, yeah, he's going to be a problem in the NFL. He's going to be a major problem. Oh, he forces fumbles, too? Oh, that's against Oklahoma, isn't it? Wasn't that against Oklahoma? Look at how quickly he got off that block. My goodness. That makes me really wish I was watching the third day of the combine right there. So I could have seen that right there, man. That was some craziness. I want to see how he might have run a couple of those drills. And especially that cone drill, man. That would have been fun to watch. Give this Penn State quarterback credit, man. He's been able to mostly get this ball off before he gets sacked. Yeah. Unblocked. Yep, you're in trouble. Wow. Whoa. Alright, we're watching this in a closer view of this play. Stop it at 447, y'all. Look how big this number 79 is. Look how big this guy is. Now I want y'all to he had to hold him, and look how much space he's got to work with. He created that much space. That's a big guy, man. Look at. He beat him several times over. Look at that. Oh, yeah. That is a perfect example of how hand placement is everything. Watch 79's hands over here on the right side of your screen. Watch his hands. If you do not keep these guys' hands engaged, that is where trouble is going to start happening. You let go of them there. And look where the quarterback is. This is a sack. I don't care how quick and mobile you are. You have a right tackle or a right guard that lets go of their block like that. That's not going to end well for you. In that particular situation. And trust me, that happens a lot in the NFL. God, those were monsters that this guy just beat. Absolute monsters. Alright, so yeah, I'd definitely grade this guy an A+. This defensive end. Absolutely. That's one of the wildest things I've seen in a while. He reminds me of young Julius Peppers. Do y'all feel that comparison too? Do y'all see it too? Because Peppers was that quick. Absolutely. He didn't get off his blocks as quickly as Aiden Hutchinson has, in college, but Does he have the speed once he gets off those blocks? Absolutely. During his first 5 or 6 years with us, Peppers was an absolute problem to deal with. And he became one of the most respected guys in the league at his position for that reason alone. So, I really do like him. Travon Walker, if you guys want me to do some film study on him, I can do it. Let's see. Who do I really want to look at? I think Ojabo. Yeah, David from Michigan here. Let's see what we got. And again, these are just the preliminary mock film studies. Towards that last week of the draft, we'll start looking at all the ones that we missed, right? But we're just trying to cover all the major ones that may end up on our board to start out. Then we'll go from there. That makes sense to y'all? Alright, so David from Michigan is next. Since we're already on the Michigan train, let's go ahead and do this. I apologize if I'm making anybody yawn. I'm not trying to. I've just been that tired lately, y'all. But, yeah, it's going to be a busy week coming up, so. Alright, this one's going into chat now. David Ojabo. Should be going through. There it is. Alright. And I don't want to turn the sound on because the thing is, like, there's a lot of copyright strikes and stuff going on due to the YouTube algorithm. So I just want to be careful with that. That's why I'm not wanting to play any of the music that they put in the videos. But if you guys want to watch this on your own, feel free with the sound on. That's why I put the link in the video. So, alright, 3, 2, 1, let's go. Show me what we're doing with here. .6'4", 250 pounds. He's listed as a linebacker. Okay. Alright, there he is. Good spin move. Good speed. That was against Illinois. No, who is that? I can't tell who that is. Okay, here's Michigan State. Alright, so anyone that missed where he is, there he is. Right there. Let's go. Very nice speed. He forced a fumble there too. Oh, good spin move, man. Ooh, yeah. Oh, yeah. 77 didn't have a chance. That's a forced fumble, too. Alright, that play in particular, stop it at 125, and we're going to back this up a little bit to 118, 120. And I want to show you guys something. This is what happens when you have just strength and no mobility. You know, look at these arms. Look at these powerhouse legs here. That does nothing for you if you don't have mobility. If you don't have footwork. You know, if you don't have your hands. That is an easy pass rush right there. I like how quickly he got off his block there. He had him for a second, but again, very quickly got off his block. He was held. Pass deflection there. Another forced fumble. Again, really nice speed, showing off that flashy speed. He made that one look easy. That's Nebraska for you, though. They haven't been known for the best linemen as of lately, recruiting-wise. So, play. I like this one in particular because, you know, it shows you that, you know, he didn't bite on this play action. He knew he had it the whole time. Oh, okay, that wasn't a play action. Never mind. That was just him getting in there and getting the job done. Look at the angle that he took on that. That's beautiful. Yeah. I mean, that's one of your top grade defensive ends that you're going to see every year. It's going to have that level of speed, power, aggressiveness in the top 5 every year. And Yeah. It reminds you a little bit of Gregor Hardy. He had that kind of same speed and aggressiveness, but not necessarily the same shall we say, get off the block ability that Aiden Hutchinson just showed us. So interesting name. I like him. You know, you're sitting at number 39 on the PFN. I don't know where he is on this one. I'm looking for him. There he is, 24 on the PFF. I expect him to be probably in the first 20. Just a guess. Alright, so looking at the list again. The next one that catches my eye that we have not looked at is Nick Bonito, Oklahoma. You got a pair of Oklahoma guys here. So that catches my eye. Nick Bonito. Alright. Let's look at him. See what we're dealing with here. Again, go like and sub to these people that make these highlight videos. They do an excellent job. KC Sports Network. Okay. And again, I'm going to go with this Break Shot Media. I think they're doing an excellent job. So, I'm going to give them a sub. I think these guys have earned it at this point. They put out so many great videos that, you know, reactions to these players that I see the potential there. Alright. We're going to put this full screen attention and let's begin. Not bad. I think his claim to fame is the bull rush. It seems to me. And again, I'll put that link in Facebook chat for those people that want to see it. Ooh, I like how he didn't give up on that tackle. Fumble recovery. Yeah, look at those moves. Not bad. Wow. He just absolutely slaughtered that Kansas State quarterback. Look at this. Look at this. That commitment to that running back tackle, man. He said, "You can spin around all you want. I'm still tackling you." Oh my goodness! And that was against the Texas quarterback. Nice big play right there. Again, good speed. You know, that's why he's in the top 5. Or top 10, really, of pass rushers. And I think his counterpart in Oklahoma is going to be the same way. But I do like him. Alright, so here's that one. For the Facebook crew. You guys want to watch that one? Go for it. Tyreek Smith at 181. There's also Christopher Allen at 226 on the PFN. If you'd like for me to kind of show you why I like trying to think who it was. Tyreek Smith or Travon Walker, I can do that. If you'd like me to go through those film studies for those two, I can do that. But I feel very strongly about both. That both belong on that list. Yeah, it's just some of these guys from these smaller schools and stuff like that that I don't know much about. You know, Florida State catches my attention because sometimes they get some good pass rushers down there. Again, we've had good history of Minnesota. You know, so I'm not against that. There's also a guy from South Carolina, Gamecocks, Kingsley. Could be worth looking at as well. Although the Gamecocks aren't really known for their pass rushing, you know, they don't really have a full reputation for it, you know, as far as recruiting wise. But at one point they did with Steve Spurrier. But if he pans out really well, then yeah, it could be worth a look. But yeah, I think you're going to get the same things you saw from Nick out of Isaiah. You know, out of that pair from Oklahoma. Yeah, it's going to be the same speed. You look, you know, it's top 100 in the PFN. Top 100 in the PFF as well. Both of them. And here's the Clemson corner that I was talking about earlier, that his name is in question as far as which team may grab him. Eagles want him at 15. Falcons might push for him at 9. If the Falcons show any indication they're going to push for Andrew Booth Jr., man, that's when it's time to pull that trigger with the Texans and get that trade done. You know, put that trade on the table. Because with Andrew Booth Jr., you're looking at a 6 foot even, 195 pound corner. And the PFF board puts him at a 27 rating. But if you watch this guy, man, he is an absolute monster on the field. 162 career tackles, 1,058 all-purpose yards. You know, one-handed interception against Virginia. I do remember that. 2 interceptions in a pass block. On 0 for 4 targets versus South Carolina. Yeah, he completely shut South Carolina down last year. They weren't going to get a ball on this man for anything last year. It was insane. It's one of the best defensive plays I've ever seen, corner-wise, in Clemson. So, but the reason I'm highlighting this dude is not just because I'm a Clemson fan, it's because of where he might end up. That's what's more important here. So, you know, I wanted y'all to see that. The best safety available at that point is Lewis Sign from Georgia, ranked 28th. And this is essentially what you're dealing with him. And this is a very, very thin and weak safety class. You got 150 tackles, 13 tackles for a loss, 2 pass blocks against Clemson. It is his highlight of the year. 7 yards on 1 for 3 targets against Michigan in the semifinals last year. You're looking at a 6'1", 200-pound junior here, safety. This is the best safety that you're going to find available in that first round to fit our needs. You know, to replace Sean Chandler in that 1 mil. I don't know, man. This is the weakest safety class. I think we wait till 23. I'm willing to put Sean Chandler on the bench in favor of Woods and Burris. You know, and if you get in trouble, sign a safety. Trey Boston's still going to be sitting there. There's probably like 1 or 2 others that'll be sitting there too in free agency. So that's what you're looking at. But yeah, you look at safety position, it ain't looking pretty. I'm going to show you what we got. There's Lewis, as I said, sitting at the top. Penn State guy, Illinois, Maryland. Nick Cross, I liked his draft profile. I think there might be something there with Nick Cross. Y'all give me just a second. I'll be right back, y'all. I just want to make sure my family members are alright. Be right back. Alright, sorry about that, y'all. I heard a really loud slam in my house and I thought somebody fell or something. Alright. I'm back. I just had to go check on that. That was really, really weird. I don't know what that was. Huh. But yeah, I like Nick Cross. I think Nick Cross has a lot of potential as a possible a second round pick for us. You know, if we were to trade down, whether it be the number 51 pick, or whether it be the 30 something pick, you know, 37 I think it was, with the Texans. You know, Nick Cross could be a potential good choice for us. I'd like to do a little more research on this dude and a little more film study on him, but he's got my attention. No doubt about it. And here's your typical Baylor guy here, JT Woods, the safety guy. That's going to be Matt Rule looking at him. We don't want another Baylor man. Sorry to say, we don't want another Baylor guy. Now here's somebody you could consider late as Trey Sterling, maybe, to replace Sean Chandler. That's who I had my eye on, late 6th round. You know? When all the picks have been said and done, you know? And we're sitting late 6th round. Maybe last pick. If Trey's still there, maybe. We take a look at him, you know? Big chance there to do something. Ugh, excuse me. His counterpart, Colby, is sitting there at 321. But Colby's going to be undrafted. See, that's the thing. That's a very weak safety class here. So I just want y'all to know, like, we're not going to be able to do much at safety position. So if that's what you're expecting, prepare to be disappointed there. Unfortunately. I would love to see us get a strong safety choice, around fourth or fifth, but we just don't have that much to work with this time. So my suggestion is probably go and get a safety next year's draft in 23, probably maybe third or fourth round. Just see what's there. We'll revisit that once we check out the draft board for next year. I'm not feeling it this year, man. I'm not feeling it. Maybe Nick Cross, but otherwise I'm not feeling it. But I just wanted to give you all an idea of what's going on there. So, defensive ends wise, we want to keep going down this list, I think. I could show you all Tyreek Smith, I guess. And Christopher Allen. I'll show you Tyreek Smith. Because Allen may not have a very long highlight reel. I'll show you all Tyreek, and then we'll probably call it there. So which one do we want? We want let's do this one. And I want to kind of give you guys an idea of who this guy is. Tyreek Smith. Yeah. Give me one moment. I gotta hide the screen 1 second. Well, I check this message. If y'all don't mind. Right. Okay. Yeah, I can't see the screen. All right. One minute, guys. I'm trying to fix the problem. There we go. Alright, now. Alright. We're going to do this one last film study here of Tyreek Smith, and then we'll call it a stream after this. Good speed, good aggressiveness, good tackle. I like how quickly he got over there. Oh, that's not even fair. You gotta... Oh, how did you get that pass off? Impressive. That's yet another example of how, like, you can be big in size, but if you don't have the hands and you don't have the athleticism as a offensive lineman, you don't set your feet and don't get the hands where they need to be, you're already in trouble. Look at this. Perfect example right there. Look at the hands. The hands are behind him, and you never want that to happen. Wow. $72 is just getting beat up by Tyreek here. Absolutely beat up. I think if you're looking for a defensive end in the third round, this is your diamond in the rough. Without a doubt. This is your choice. Like, I think he might go early third round, maybe late second. That's how much confidence I've got in Tyreek Smith. Look at that hit on that quarterback. Wow. What a duo between those two, man. And that's a batted down pass. That's what happens when you let go of your defensive end. That is nasty right there. Look at this hit. Shoot. Yep. Did not bite on the play action handoff at all. That was beautiful. Look at the reach on his arms. Impressive. Look how high up he had to jump up to knock that down. Not bad, man. Not bad. Alright, so that just kind of gives you an idea of who Tyreek Smith is. You know, I like him. And I think the dude's solid. You know, he's rated I gotta find out where he's rated actually. He's rated at 136, but I think he goes around probably 100. Based on how quickly these defensive ends are going thus far in these first 2 rounds. So, yeah, that's pretty much where I see him landing. It's bottom of the 2nd round, top of the 3rd. But he's a solid choice, you know, if you want an edge rusher. You know, you got Isaiah Thomas from Oklahoma at 164. Adam Anderson at 193. There's little Brian Ray at 234. I mean, you're going all the way down this list, though, at this point. But today I showed you a little bit of David Ojabo, Travon Walker, Nick Bonito are all options for us. I would do Kingsley, but I'm kind of tired. I've got a long distance trip tomorrow, so I want to get some sleep, you know. Tyreek Smith down here 136, I think, is our best bet. You know, again, this is if we trade down. Because 137 is not going to cut it. You got to get something a little higher. Therefore, the Texans trade. Again. He becomes an option at that point. Alright, guys. That will do it for this stream. I will hit you guys up another day. For the mock draft. We'll probably do that on I want to say Sunday. Either Sunday or Monday. Probably Monday. The rest of the week is going to be really busy. So, we'll see if I can get a little time in to do the mock draft stream. But if I do, it won't be a long one. Because I do have other things I'm doing this week, so. Including the spring game at Clemson on Saturday. So if you guys are going to be there in Clemson for the spring game on Saturday, definitely look for me. I'll be wearing this hat. I'll be wearing a Clemson shirt. So, and it'll depend on where I want to sit, you know. But you should be able to find me with the hat, though. I always bring the hat. So, that'll be Saturday. That game starts at about 1 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. Yeah. So, that'll be on ACC Network probably. I'd bet on that. They've been covering us pretty heavily. So, there's a couple of Clemson players that are going to be hitting this draft pretty heavily. One of them is Andrew Booth Jr., and I would like to see, let's just see what this new Clemson crew is made of. You know, because that'll be a future draft picks, 2 to 3 years down the road. And who knows, maybe one of them ends up on our radar. We'll see. Depends on what our needs are at that point. But I always like to check these guys out, whenever I get the chance. I'm a huge Clemson fan, so, that's who I am. And I never want to miss that opportunity to head out for that. And for training camp in Spartanburg either. For the Panthers. So, there's 2 guarantees. You're going to see me out there for both. Pretty much every year. So, if you're there in Clemson on Saturday, come find me. Come say hello. If not, then I will see you guys when we do the next mock draft stream, which will either be Friday or Sunday. Yeah, either Friday, Sunday, or Monday. One of those 3 days will be the next mock draft stream. I have to double check my schedule, see how I feel on Friday, whether I want to stream or not on Friday. Because, these streams take a lot out of you. So, and I'll be doing a lot of traveling here soon, so we'll see what happens. I'll be coming back from a concert. So, anyway, thank you so much for the support. Love you guys. Quick shout outs before we go. Lock Poppy, Vietnam, for the YouTube channel. For Facebook, David, shout out to you. Shout out to Pamela, Junior Rao, Derek Ferguson, Rashawn, and Joshua. Shout out to y'all, man. Let's see what new members we have. Do we have any new members? I'm just looking. Don't think so. I'm going to try to shout out any names that I find. Of course. Y'all just give me a second. I'm looking to see if there's a notification that says that. I'm not seeing any. So if you were a new member for the Keep Pounding Facebook group page, shout out to you, in all caps, of course. If you have not joined already, please consider joining. It's a great group. Wonderful community, great people here on this page and on this channel. So I highly suggest you do so. And please, 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 please check YouTube and those posts on that group page. Make sure you hit that bell on YouTube so you don't miss any new streams. We'll be doing more of these mock draft streams and more of these film study streams throughout the month up to draft day. And we'll be streaming all 3 draft days. I'll release that schedule once of draft day once we get close enough to the date. Alright? Any other announcements? We'll be posting them in the group page on Facebook. So you won't want to miss that. So that'll be where you'll find the stream time starting time, and on what day. So for all of that stuff. Oh, one last thing. Before we go. Oh, two things. Malik Willis is set to meet with the Carolina Panthers and the Atlanta Falcons. So we'll see how that goes. Keep your eyes peeled, huh? And also, we signed Chris Westry. And I want to quickly kind of read off those stats to you guys so you guys know who this guy is. So he entered the league as an undrafted free agent with the Cowboys in 2019. Played the 21 season with the Ravens. He appeared in 6 games with a pair of starts, recording 3 passes defended, and was on the field for 66 special team snaps, 184 defensive snaps. He also appeared in a pair of games in Dallas in 2020, and Baltimore elected not to re-sign him and let him go as a restricted free agent last month. We picked him up. This is where we are. And oh my goodness. I want y'all to see. Hold up. Hold the phone. Y'all need to see this before we head out of here, man. Look at this. NFC win totals, odds provided by PointsBet Sportsbook. Look at this. What did I say? 6 wins. 6 wins. What did I say, folks? Y'all thought I was bluffing. Dude, even the sports book is calling it 6 wins. I told y'all. I called it right on the mark. And that's just preliminary. That's a way too early schedule look, man. Before we even looked at the full schedule release. Wow. I'm telling y'all, man. I don't miss on this stuff. That's amazing. That is straight up amazing. But yeah, there's Chris Westry. There's his info. That's the special teams move right there. Which college did he come from? Okay, I'm kind of curious. He, which college did you come from? Which college did you come from, bro? University of Kentucky. Okay. So we finally got a Kentucky man up in here, man. Okay. Alright, cool. I'm here for it. You know, that's special teams, dude. So, you know, we'll just see how this rolls. 6.5 betting odds, though. Look at that. I told y'all, man. As long as Tom Brady is still in the league, Buccaneers are going to be first. As long as Rodgers is still in Green Bay, that's going to be number 2. Rams are going to be up there in number 3 for me. They ain't lost that much. The team I think that's going to sneak up there, that's not supposed to sneak up there, if I had to pick one, probably the Cardinals. They're looking for a trade partner for Kyler Murray, but I don't think they're going to find one. Yeah, because we haven't offered anything for him yet. So, if we haven't offered, then most likely he's staying in Arizona, and the Cards are still a threat. You know? Major, major threat. So, that's just to give you an idea, man. They're putting the Giants at 7.5. Interesting. Lions at 6.5. Even more interesting. Bears at 6.5. I can see the Bears 6.5. Maybe. Falcons 5.5. Yeah, I can see that. Most of that looks pretty realistic to me, because the Eagles and Vikings are usually sitting there around that same area, 8.5. I can see that. Rams at 10.5. Yep, sure. Niners are getting a lot stronger, so possibly 10.5. We'll see. I mean, that's a pretty realistic looking list right here. You know, without looking at their schedules and only seeing ours. So, anyway, that's just to kind of give you an idea of Chris Westry here. Special teams extraordinaire corner. Emergency backup corner for us. You know, for less than $3 million, you know, so we're happy with that. That's a good move. Alright. I'm gonna get up out of here, man. Spend enough time on this stream. But if you guys wanted to do some film study on the rest of these guys on these lists, feel free to check them out. Do a little research on your own time. Send me info. Feel free. Any info helps that I didn't know before, you know, that I can share with everybody on the stream. Feel free to PM me. If you're going to add me on social media, please let me know that you came from the channel, and send me something Panthers related to let me know that you're from here. And I'll add you. I have no problem doing that. Alright. Thank you guys so much. I will see you guys next time. In the meantime, keep pounding. Keep pounding, y'all. See you next time. Alright, everybody on Facebook, thank you guys so much for watching. I'll see you guys next time. Keep pounding.